Good morning, good afternoon, traders. Welcome everyone on a Monday morning, 9th of June. We are just starting the second trading week of June with some green weeks behind us. So let's see whether the market is going to be able to perform a third green week after each other. So guys, this is going to be a full week of trading, especially with inflation data on the deck, with CPI, PPI numbers. And next week is going to be a shortened week because of Juneteenth's Labor Day on Thursday and Big Fed Wednesday. But just to focus this week or so, we are going to have quite a nice impacted market by the economic news. Hi Lee, good morning to you. Justin, Steve C, good morning. Team, Clifton, nice to see you. Hi there. Okay, so guys, I hope you had a beautiful, relaxing weekend with your loved ones, with the family, and ready to get back on the trading field with us and with the SPY and the US market, which at the moment it's quite higher, not too much though, but at least we're starting in green. Hi Dor, good morning, Brisk Order, nice to see you here. Okay, guys. So last week, as I mentioned you, it was a quite of a performing week for the market to the green side, and this seems like a resilient run. Labor market news got in the spotlight. I would say a little bit mixed news. Donald Trump and Elon's fight over the social media, as you know, is just. It's just caused the Tesla drop a lot, and Tesla is dropping today because of a downgrade. I'm just going to talk more about that. And this resilient run is just put the S&P 500 about the 6,000 for the first time since late February, traders, and we are less than 3% away from the record all-time high on the S&P 500. If you just check now the S&P 500, it is on my chart. If I just switch on the pre-market data on a 5 minutes time frame, you will see that it was even about the $600 level for a little while. Now it's just dancing around this 600. So let's see what can impact the market today. Well, traders, the most important happening today is going to be the trade talks, and this is going to happen in the UK, by the way, in London to be precise. So the US and China will just hold the trade negotiations in London, and they look for a breakthrough to end the standoff that has hit the world's two largest economies. So indeed, because of that, I'm going to expect a quite high volatility and maybe a lower volume environment, because here in Europe we have a bank holiday. So today in most of the European countries, it's a bank holiday indeed. So might the volume, it's not going to be that high as usual, but I'm sure that the volatility is going to be guaranteed because of the trade talks. And not just because of the trade talks, but we will get some economic news too for today. Not too many though. As I mentioned you, this week it's rather for the inflation data, but we will see the 10 o'clock final wholesale inventories. And that's it for today. At least one economic news we have. And yes, I see even there is a French bank holiday, Switzerland, Germany, here in Hungary we have it as well. Hi Blake, good morning to you. Nice to see you. So seems like it's going to be like a maybe a lighter volume day. Tomorrow, though, it's going to be the NFIB Small Business Index and API Weekly Statistical Bulletin and nothing else. And as I mentioned you, as this is going to be a huge inflation data impact week, Wednesday we will start with the core CPI, CPI. After that, as usual, comes the PPI on Thursday, and Friday we will see the consumer sentiment and the inflation expectations. So Monday, Tuesday is going to be a little bit like a quiet on the economic front, but today it's not very much because of the trade talks. So I am expecting sudden moves, especially when some news leaks out from this negotiations indeed. So let's just be careful, guys. I'm going to be cautious with the share size today for sure because of that fact. What else is happening all over the world? Why? Like crypto, it's a bit higher now. It's again pushed over this 105 level, which I think it is quite of a major resistance / support for the Bitcoin. Now it's around 107K, which is even stronger. The Bitcoin is up at the moment. Let me just check my, yes, 1.93%, so almost 2% higher. We can watch coin and the rest of the Bitcoin related stocks. European stocks and stock exchanges nosedive today, especially the DAX is down 0.6779% now, so this is a little bit weaker. Asia though very strong, especially the Hang Seng, thanks to nice economic numbers, especially actually guys the prices, consumer prices are decreasing and causing some deflation fears. Well, I wish this we just could hear here in Europe or in the US. I guess you know what I'm talking about. If you are the one who is going sometimes to the supermarket to run errands, then you know exactly. So let's see whether this consumer price decrease is going to get here overseas to Europe and the US. But so far the Hang Seng was very happy on the news, 1.63%, and not just that, but it was even more on the export, import, and so on. Okay, guys, what else in here? As I mentioned the US market is starting in the pre-market in a small green, not a huge one. Everything is around or very close to the all-time highs, and everyone is focusing hard on London today, and especially on the trade negotiation talks between the US and the EU. China and US trade officials to hold talks in London. This is definitely the biggest headline in the financial media. All right, chip stocks Alphabet source on Qualcomm takeover. Qualcomm just took over an English chip maker, Alphabet, by the way, so we can watch Qualcomm today. NVIDIA CEO says that the UK is in a Goldilocks moment. I'm going to invest here. This is, of course, his opinion, but a very interesting article on the CNBC if you have not read it before. Hi, Steve C. Yes, which one? CRWV, it's always on our list nowadays because it's a big mover. Thank you. Circle, AMD, and IONQ. Thank you very much. Yeah, I've seen that IONQ has some news. And despite of being a Monday, we have several great candidates. I'm just going to go there soon. Also, next to the next to the trade talks, there is another interesting happening, and this is going to happen on the Apple. Indeed, Apple is going to have its annual Worldwide Developers Conference on Monday, and everyone is expecting news on the company's AI services. Apple Intelligence has endured a rocky rollout as rivals like OpenAI, Google, and Meta have made progress with their own platforms. So the stockholders wants to hear more about this field by the Apple. So I am going to be interested how the Apple, like the stock, is going to be impacted by this news. All right, what else in here? Warner Bros. Discovery splitting into two public companies. This is another news, and definitely it is among the big movers as well. Hi, Jennifer. Good morning to you. Nice to see you here. And let's just move to the big movers, guys. If you have anything on the list, thank you very much, TC, for your list, and please just let me know. And I'm going to start with Tesla. As I mentioned, Tesla, it's still not out of the woods. It's still a little bit into the trouble after this nasty story between Trump and Elon. And it seems like today it does continue the push lower. It's under $290 level. Also, it's going to start in this Thursday, big red day, lower part of trading range. indeed $289.88, and it is done after Bear downgraded the stock to neutral from buy, as the firm said that the CEO Elon comments on robotaxi plans are a bit too optimistic, and that Musk's relationship to President Donald Trump adds a very considerable uncertainty around the stock. So that's why they started to dump the stock and not buy it for sure. So let's see how the Tesla is going to stand out for today. I'm going to start my list, and there is no doubt that my first short candidate is going to be Tesla. Also, I must tell you guys, Tesla, it's always can be a surprise, you know, like all the way down. So I'm going to be careful with that. Also, it seems like that it's much weaker than the market at the moment. Warner Bros. Discovery, as I mentioned, UWBD, 7% higher indeed, as they told that they split into two publicly traded companies by next year. One company will host the WBD's streaming services and movie properties, while the other will include its cable networks such as CNN and TNT Sports. So WBD, because of that, we can put it on the long list. Also, this is not an extremely huge mover, and it went already a lot to the upside. But I'm going to be, I'm going to watch it, but I'm not expecting another extra like 10% to go up on the stock. EchoStar is here, SATS 9% lower after Wall Street Journal citing people familiar said that telecommunications companies considering filing for bankruptcy under Chapter 11. Ouch, that's definitely not a good news. Any companies. So let's see whether this panic is going to be continued after the market opens. This is not a huge moving stock, or so when there is news, as you can see, it can move. And the pre-market volume is quite high at the moment, 180K, 9% lower. I'm going to move it to my short list. Also be careful with this one, as actually I don't know that stock, and it moved already down a lot in the pre-market. Robinhood and AppLovin is here as well. Shares of Robinhood and AppLovin each fell about 4% after their name was added to the S&P on Friday, as both names were considered possible candidates for inclusion in the index. So it seems like that maybe this is just an after-party profit-taking on APP and Hood. Hood is down 3%. AppLovin, it is down 3.50 now. Both of them, I'm going to move it to the short side. And as I see, Scott already moved them to his list and to the short side. I do agree definitely with him. Hi Marco, yes, definitely IonQ, it's on my list too, as the quantum computing stock 7% after company announced that it agreed to acquire Oxford Ionics in a deal valued $1.075 billion in cash and stock. Wow, that's not bad. That's not bad. And at the moment, IonQ is up 10%, huge mover. Let's just watch it whether it can go even higher. McDonald's is here too, slipped 1% on the heels of a Morgan Stanley downgrade to equal weight from overweight. The company said that McDonald's has not been insulted from pressures on the fast food sector. Well, let's see whether it is right and whether the McDonald's is going to show any nice direction today. At the moment, MCD, if I'm just checking the daily chart and the intraday, that seems like as a possible short continuation to the downside. MCD, I'm just going to put it to the short list on the downgrade. And the last one, it is MC, which is a $58 stock, Moelis & Co. This is lowered as the Wall Street Journal reported that the CEO, Ken Moelis, is planning to step down from the role at the investment bank. I must tell you guys, I admit, I think I never traded this stock. I think this is not today when I'm going to start it. So I'm just going to put it on the secondary list. If you like it, please just check this stock as well. This is MC. And you just called even Circle, CRWB. These definitely should be on our secondary list. Big movers from last week. I really like it. And I agree that if we are talking about the strongest stock of my watch list, it's AMD is one of them. Indeed, Steve. So I agree with you. I'm going to put it on my long list. What else is strong today? Coin, as I mentioned you, that the Bitcoin is just making a nice move already, 2% higher. So we can watch coin. AFRM, it's quite strong. SMCI, BABA, and VDA as the Chinese stock exchange, very strong. NVDA, MU, Unity, Humana, Amazon, Pinterest. mRNA was a big mover on Friday. We can watch it. Indeed, Apple is not that bad, but only 0.40%. So the strongest are, and I'm just going to move some of these on my watch list, UPST to the secondary list together with AFRM and SMCI. And I'm going to move Coin and I think maybe even NVDA to my first long list. So here is the list for Monday, traders. I wish you a beautiful green start of the week with DVG Scott, and might even Amir is going to join to the test VIP room today. Hi Davide, good morning to you. As always, I'm just going to leave you in the good hands of Scott for today, and I'm going to just continue trading in the TAF's YouTube trading room. So have a great green start of the week, traders, and don't forget, might sudden volatility, it's just can occur because the fact that there is a trade negotiations talks between US and China today in London. It takes place actually today, so be careful with the sudden direction changes there. So good luck everyone, and see you tomorrow. Bye.
Traders, top of the morning to everybody. Welcome to the 44 Trading Room and welcome to a beautiful Monday morning here. Start of the week. Excited to be here. Excited to get back into it today and looking forward to trading with everybody. Should be a great trading day today. And volatility is back. U.S. and China officials are talking in London, as Aggie said. We'll talk about that and more as we get today started today and kicked off for the week. Futures kind of flat this morning, so we're going to be waiting for direction. We'll get into that and more, but majority of the people here focused on this morning's session as I am and looking ready to rock and roll this morning. We'll start off with Asia. In the overnight session, when we were sleeping, they were up and trading. Nikkei gained 347 points. Hong Kong Hang Seng up 389 points. Big day for Hong Kong, up 1.63%. Shanghai and China up 14.43%. Europe in session now. They're right across the board. German DAX down 172. FTSE in UK down 21. CAC 40 in Paris down 25.84, down 0.33%. Three markets up, 3 markets down. We're completely flat on the national and the international futures here. And that's kind of where we are here in the US of A. Dow futures up 38 points. S&P futures up 8 points, 7.75, and the NASDAQ mini up 16.25 this morning. You know, going to be a stock pickers market on this Monday. Going to have to wait and watch to see if we get direction of the market. And we'll have to see if anything comes out of the China and U.S. trade conversation today. And they're going to be in London. So that's probably happening now. They're plus 7 hours ahead. So we should get that info back this morning to see if anything has made headway into that. Warner Brothers Discovery to split into 2 public companies next year. Robinhood in the news this morning, dropping after the online brokerage fails to get the nod to join the S&P 500. That's just like a feather. That would be a feather in the cap, but they didn't get it done. So, okay, no big deal. Let's just say that. Anyway, that's about it. The S&P 500, we're within about 3% of a brand new, fresh new high. That's important to know. And then we'll talk about the stocks in the news today. If you're in the oil patch this morning, oil is up about 15 cents, 64.73 per barrel. And yes, the gold patch this morning having a little bit of a decline, down $9.70, 33.36.90 per troy ounce. Silver's up and continues to rally here on the silver trade. That stock has been up in a big way. I'm looking at a 3-month right now, and we're at the high. And if you go back to the yearly chart here, you're at the high. If you go back to 5 years, you're approaching the high. And all time, you're off the high by about 2 points or so. So silver is a great investment and has been this year. That's been incredible so far. So, okay, let's look at these stocks here that we've chosen. But before we do, let's say good morning to everybody here in the room as part of our family going forward today in the trading room today. Justin, good morning to you. Lee, good morning. Steve, good morning. Thank you for posting your list. Jennifer, good morning. Mark, good morning to you. Divide, good morning. Yep. Dan, good morning. Ashuni, good morning. Jeff, good morning to you. Good morning. Clifton and Miguel and DVG, good morning. And great trading with everybody today. Let's talk about some stocks. Get you prepared for the day. Get you know what I'm thinking here today. First stock on the list is going to be this IONQ. I'll get you the news on it too, but IONQ this morning over 42. If we go below that, that'll be great. If we open up a little bit lower, I'll snap this up. IONQ over 42. Tesla this morning under 286. Okay. Tesla this morning under 286. TSLA under 286. Okay. And yeah, the CRCL, can you fathom that stock? Had it over 100 last week. Now it's at 129. Crazy, crazy move here on that stock. Coin this morning, love Coin. AMD over the 119. But I'm going to post this this trade on Hood this morning with a break of bad news under 72 this morning. And that's really all that I'm looking at this morning. Hood short under 72. Main candidate is IONQ this morning. Watching Coin this morning. APP. Let me put APP up here. Under 400 could be a nice move down this morning. And I'll get you that news here on APP real quickly. Let me put it right here, slide it right here, APP under 400. And we'll talk about a couple of these stocks here this morning, under $400 on the short side here this morning. Okay, just a couple of things here in regards to APP, and then we'll get you the news with Hood this morning as well. So APP this morning, that's that AppLovin, fell about 4%. We're just part of the Robinhood trade, and neither one of them was added to the S&P 500. Like I said, I don't see how that's a big deal other than they get that pat on the back. But to be down this much, like Hood could turn, reverse, and move higher, so could App. But I think App would be good for another maybe 5-6 points below the 400 if it breaks that big line in the sand. So we'll watch and wait on those. But remember, you could go either way on those two stocks this morning. Okay. I'm ready to rock and roll here. We've got about 6 minutes left. I know DVG has entered the house here. Good morning to you. Hopefully you're doing well this morning. Mm-hmm. I can hear you just fine this morning. Good morning to you. How are you?
Doing well. Doing well. Good morning, 44 Trade Nation. Hope everybody had an amazing weekend. Look, we're 6 minutes away from markets being open. And you know you're in the right business when you look forward to Mondays. You know what I mean? And I'm really excited for this week of trade. We have a couple earnings coming out. Not too many. We have Adobe reporting this week, which should be kind of interesting. We've seen quite the run up on Adobe even since their last earnings, where they reported, "Hey, it's getting real expensive to manage all this these AI costs basically in their predominant business of video editing and things of that nature." So it'll be interesting to see how that stock performs. Other than that, look, let's not forget Elon. What a problem this is, actually.
It's turned into a problem, right?
It's really kind of been something to watch. Thursday, we do have Elon kicking off the robo-taxi I think, initial pilot in Austin. I think it's set out to be like 10 cars or something like that.
Wow.
So it should be interesting to watch coming into that. Obviously, it's been beaten down pretty good. Trouble is, 262. How many of you guys remember that level? That's in contention. And of course, 300. And we're kind of in between. So it's flip a coin, pick your direction. NVIDIA over 144 should start to scoot. However, AVGO getting beat down pretty good. And to your point about those names that were supposed to be elected or selected in the S&P on Friday, no news from names like Hood or APP. So again, I'm also keeping an eye on names like LNG. If they do get an announcement, also worth noting Apple. Apple this week is their big developer conference. My favorite stock to short, haha.
That starts today, actually, yeah.
Yeah, so that kicks off today at 1 o'clock. Should be kind of interesting to see, if it actually moves or not. So I don't want to get too excited about it, but you guys already know directionally where I want Apple to go. So last but not least, Netflix up in the sky. We saw a small pullback. Maybe it starts to modulate a little bit here in the 1,200 and change area. So I'm keeping an eye on that. But pre-market, I'm already long RGTI as a sympathy play to IonQ. Obviously, IonQ decided to pick up or acquire a company, Oxford Ionics, for a little over $1 billion. So some positive news there on IonQ. We're going to see if maybe we get a sympathy play on Rigetti here. Obviously, another big name. I'd say out of the quantum space, IonQ is without a doubt my favorite pick out of those. And then AVGO, I'm watching literally right where it's at now, 246. We start breaking 246. I'll probably be shorting that. So
Yeah.
Again, kind of a mixed emotion today as far as stocks directionally. Worth noting, as Scott, you mentioned, we're approaching all-time highs. And we'll watch for some overhead resistance around 602 to 603 on the SPY. Otherwise, 607 seems like a logical, reach upcoming. And then the Qs, kind of similar, 532-ish. If we could start getting over 530.77, which literally we tagged here in the pre-market and started rejecting, that's the level to watch, 530.77 on the Qs. And of course, right here, we're there now, 600 on the SPY. And I'll turn it back over to you, Scott.
Yep, appreciate it. Traders, anything that you're looking at today, post in the room, your watch list, anything that you see that we may not be seeing this morning. Again, IonQ will be my main this morning. I'll be watching APP for a break under 400. But like I said before, just because the stock isn't listed on the NYSE or isn't elevated to that doesn't mean that it's horrible for the company, right? Anita, good morning. So I wish my list was a little bit longer with the stocks that I'm loving this morning, but it's not. So we'll keep an eye on a lot of this happening today. APP, I wouldn't be surprised if APP and Hood started to take off to the upside this morning, because again, it's not like they have poor earnings or something's horrible happened. They just didn't get the nod to be listed. So I don't think it's that bad. So we'll watch that and see if we can get a pop on the other end here on these. Welcome to the 44 Trading Room. Welcome to a Monday. Get buckled in for a great week of trading here. And I'm looking forward to that. We'll also have a mystery guest this week, person here in the room that will be talking.
It'll be Elon Musk, actually.
Yep. Elon and President Trump will duke it out right here in the 44 Trading Room. Always happy to have them. Can do nothing but brighten our star.
You were watching, Scott, pre-market here.
What's that on what?
Tesla.
Yeah,
it's at 286 right now.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, just be careful for a snap to the upside here as we're approaching, nice little level here, which appears to be, what was that, Thursday close? Is that right? Yeah.
I've also got PLTR up. I'll put Tesla up here where stats is, TSLA.
28472, if I'm reading that right.
Market is open.
Good luck, traders.
Let's have a great day today.
There goes AVGO. I missed it. Too quick. Too quick. There goes NVIDIA.
Hood down here at 70. That's interesting. AVGO to the downside. Let's look at Hood. I mean, Hood would be a nice long over 70.50. Let's see what we do here.
NVIDIA now over 144. Let's hit it here. I'm looking at the call options now. Let's look at
okay, IONQ42. IONQ42. I'm going to bite off a small piece here on Hood at 71 long, actually, here. So I'll repost this trade, Hood long 71.
Tesla now breaking lower. Jeez. Might have missed that. 262 is kind of where it wants to live if it's down that low. And AVGO, same thing, missed it at the open. Guys, pretty strong rejection here on the SPY and the Qs, but we're still above the 200 EMA, so be mindful of that on a 5-minute. NVIDIA now on the run.
Okay, PLTR losing it to the downside, huh?
Yeah. Obviously getting a little bit of negative press from people using that. Again, hearts go out to the folks impacted in LA. Jeez,
Yeah.
It's awful to see. I've got a lot of friends out in that area.
I'm going to
As
restart.
I'm in NVIDIA, these call options here. 145 strike. I'm watching Tesla now, though. This is interesting. Do we turn around and rip?
Okay, I'm coming back up, traders. Okay.
Come on, NVIDIA.
Look at AMD. Wow.
I'll hit it for a few more.
Anybody on Tesla here, maybe? No?
All right, it's time to go here on NVIDIA. Let's see it.
Let me put it up here. NVDA.
Target's going to be 147.
Wow. Nice move.
I need to see it hit the gas over 145. You're very close. Tesla. Qs are pulling back pretty sharply, though. So getting nervous here on NVIDIA. Might have to take some off here, but Need to see that push over 145 because then 150 is a striking distance now. Jeez.
Look at IONQ.
That's some selling pressure right there. Watch the cues here on the SPY. Might be willing to take a couple put options here on the SPY. Oof, NVIDIA, that hurts. I'm watching Tesla at 284. Long. But Q's just broke session lows. So now I'm getting a little bit nervous on this NVIDIA position. This could get expensive. Oh no, did I miss my partial? I might have guys. All right, we are in Tesla. This is 284 long. Could be risky here, but looking to see if we get a quick snap up for like 4 or 5 points. And if it does, we'll take a partial. 290 area. Maybe get a run up. And Rigetti, I think I might add if we get up higher. Come on, NVIDIA. Tesla and NVIDIA would be great. I'm going to add to NVIDIA here in a moment.
Okay, I'm going long IONQ here at 40. IONQ long 40. I'll post the alert here. IONQ 40. Target's going to be 41, just a point here.
Tesla, what are you doing?
See if we get IONQ.
APP just tanked, man. I missed that. I wanted to short it big time.
Yep, still in the hood trade. I'm sitting here.
I could stop that over Getty here.
Yep.
I took some pre-market, but that's okay. I'm hanging on to it for a little bit longer, but not much.
Right on at 40.
Come on, Tesla. 289 would be awesome, but stop will be literally the lows of day. But look at NVIDIA now. I might have to close this out. That's a huge sell-off there. It's only $1, but man, that's a lot in NVIDIA world.
Market pointing down, but the Nasdaq's up 8 points. I mean, we're just treading water here, so I'm a little biased to the upside, but we'll see what happens if we do get a rebound.
Wow, NVIDIA, that hurts. Pretty gross. Q's now selling pretty strong here. Come on, Tesla. Looking for 289 and 290. If we get over 290.64, that should break out and start to move up to like 294-ish. So that's ideal target. TP would be 294, but I'm going to definitely take partials along the way.
There we go. Come on.
Okay, here comes a big buyer on Tesla. Hopefully it's a buyer, not a seller.
IONQ, no trade yet.
Guys, here comes Tesla. Looking for 289 for the first partial. Unless we get a big spike to like 290. I've got market orders ready to go on it. Let's see if we can get it. Unfortunately, I missed my partial on NVDA. That would have been fantastic, but Just looking for that push over 145. It didn't quite get it. That's all right. We'll be patient here. Come on, Tesla. There it is. There's 288. Let's see if we get a little more.
Okay, watch the IONQ trade at 40.
Anybody in this Tesla trade with me? Because we're looking for 290.64. Over that, we should get a break,
Okay,
AKA straight up.
I'm going to go AMD now, 120 on this rebound here. AMD long 120. Okay.
Tesla. Come on, baby. Getting ready to take a partial here in a moment. Hopefully I'm not just buying the bottom and could hold on a little longer, but it's all right. Rule number one, pay yourself first.
AMD long 120 traders. Target 121. And we can visit it at the top to see if we get a breakout here. Okay, IONQ, get ready. IONQ coming up. And IONQ entry at 40. Here we go. I'm looking for over that VWAP closer to 41. Okay. Hood on its way back, hopefully now too. Entry on Hood is 71.
Guys, watch the cues here bouncing. Still in Rigetti.
Come on, 41.
I'm going to probably take some off of Tesla here in a moment. Getting ready, 289 target. We're pretty darn close. What do you guys think? Hold it, let it rip. Rules are rules, guys. I'm going to have to take a partial here in a moment unless we open a big green candle here. Okay, it looks good. Getting close, 289.
Both IONQ.
We're at 289, guys.
Let's go.
On Tesla. I'm going to take a little bit. I'll take a tiny bit here, but we should get the run up. See if we get the big run up now. Beautiful, beautiful trade.
Wow, Tesla right off the bottom, right?
Yep. Got our target at 289. Now we let the rest rock and roll, baby.
Okay,
yes.
Q's just closed a small gap here. Let's see if we get that
Tesla now.
530, 40 on the Qs. PLTR running straight up too. No trade AMD. Very surprised AMD wouldn't turn like this too.
Anybody in this trade with me on Tesla? Talk about a perfect entry.
Go IONQ, go.
We just got over 290.64. We should break out now. Let's get to the close. 294. 292, I'll probably take a little more off. Beautiful trade, guys. Hopefully some of you guys are able to jump on board because, man, this is a nice move.
Go, baby, go. Come on. I'm going to add again on Hood over 71, target 72. IONQ, same thing here. We got to get past. I'll add at 41 on IONQ.
Only real bummer trade, I'd say, right now is NVIDIA. APP's bouncing. Rigetti, I can't really add to a loser, but it was such a small size pre-market. I wanted to at least get a position. But I'm watching this 1147. It's a smaller stock. I don't normally trade those, as you guys know. But shout out to you, Scott. I'm giving it a try.
Yep.
Yeah, Tesla, Michael, right on, man. Good trade, huh?
Mm-hmm. You know, the only thing about Tesla is trend today is down, so you're getting this bounce here. And I think it's just playing with the Qs. I mean, Qs are bouncing now too. That's what's helped the stock. So let's watch this here.
Really need NVIDIA to get over 144 in a hurry again, but I don't know. It's pretty gross right now. Let's take a look at news. What we got coming on this morning?
Come on, IONQ. Keep pumping, baby. Love the candle. Let's go.
Am I seeing this right? It's not a whole lot of news today.
No, the only thing that's going on is Chinese and U.S. talk in London.
10 o'clock, CB Employment Trends Index, wholesale trade sales. Nah.
Okay, small. I mean, it's interesting. You're looking at IONQ chart and the hood chart. They just mimic the Qs.
All right, I'm going to have to dump NVIDIA here in a little bit. Very unfortunate. I'm hanging on, but just barely. And then Rigetti, I'm looking at $11.48. So this will be adding somewhat to a losing trade, but it's more of a building a position. So Frank on the IonQ news. Tesla again now. I've got the rest running. We'll see if that actually performs. We'll print some more dollars on that.
I'm looking for a continued run on both of these, IONQ and hood. And here comes AMD. Watch 120 entry AMD. Like to see this market continue DVG if we can get this, get the Qs to participate here.
Definitely. I need NVIDIA to move higher. There goes a Tesla, 291 now.
Wow.
Those of you guys who joined me on that trade. 7 points. 7 points. I mean, you could have 100 shares on that trade and you'd be doing just fine.
Yeah, super nice.
Congratulations, suppose you took it. Guys, NVIDIA, I'm going for it, man. I think I'm going to add. So we started off with these options, 145 strike. I'm going to add some more. Again, this is kind of adding to another losing trade in a way, but I think we get the breakout today. 147 is still the target. But if we get approach those session highs, I want to see a 145 breakout. Look at Tesla go now, 292, guys. This is free money now. Free money. Just let it print. 294, I'll take a little bit more off. And then after that, I don't know. Maybe we actually go peek, see what the 300s look like. Awesome, awesome trade, y'all.
Target 121 AMD. IONQ 41. And 41 is going to be the add here on IONQ.
You know what? Since you're doing that, I'm going to add 1149 RGTI sympathy play. So I'm not in INQ with you, but you know, trying to take a, what is it? Amir likes spaghetti, doesn't he?
Yeah, oh yeah.
This reminds me like spaghetti.
Yeah. The only other trade that I may have missed was the PLTR. I was going to take at 125. NVIDIA's cranking. Tesla's cranking. Let's go. Come on.
Took a little bit off Tesla. 292. The rest is now on the line. We'll just let it run.
Again, the market can't get in gear, or choosing not to get in gear. Really, I mean, we're up what 27 and a half, 28 points on the Nasdaq, down 65 Dow. S&P about flat.
Yeah, Jay, I'm actually, AVGO, one of my favorite names in the space. 247 seems to be like a big level. And right now, if we're seeing markets trying to push a little bit higher before we potentially move lower, I don't know. Do you want to risk 3 points to the downside, or was it 5 points now? We've dropped to 238 today. No, 241. Okay, so yeah, 3 points to the downside to make 3 points to the upside. You're 1-1. You're kind of in that 50-50 range right now. Good luck. Again, cue the disclaimer, not financial advice. Really need NVIDIA to take off today, though. Now I'm in pretty heavy on NVIDIA. So some of the money I made on Tesla, I'm giving back to this NVIDIA trade for now.
Yeah, let me see on AVGO. I'll pull it over here. Hold on. I mean, I think right now, I still favor it to the downside, but like a couple of these stocks, just like Tesla, we've had a move off the bottom, just like IONQ and stuff. Again, I would just say this: watch the market, Jay. You know, if the market continues higher, AVGO is going to go with it. If we get a rollover here, and again, this market's not anything special right now, right? I mean, we're just kind of treading water here, kind of a scalping mentality.
No doubt, yeah. I mean, guys, if I made 8 points on Tesla, okay, like, yeah, I'm paying myself along the way. Some people are like, oh, that's a YOLO trade. You should just hang on to that forever. I will say this, CEG, we traded that last week. And if you guys remember, $310 call options we bought literally at the bottom of the day. And I paid a grand total of $1.46 became my dollar cost average on those call options. We sold them for $3.28. So pretty big win. We've got 2 of those left. I'm not even watching those at this point. They're just kind of there. Guys, the Qs look like they're about to rip now. SPY needs a big push over 600. Again, I'm watching 602 to 603. That seems to be like the next logical move for the SPY before we find some rejection there. Tesla on the move now, 293. Let's go.
Market's getting a little breath into it right now, although we got a mixed market with the Dow down and the NASDAQ up. Big key for me will be hood at 71. We break 71, we should see 72, and we'll be done with the trade. Tesla cranking.
200 left Tesla now. So I mean, I'm just letting this grow at this point, but I probably will take some off at 294. So I'm basically watching the close at this point.
AVGO, AMD target 121.
Anybody in NVIDIA? It's now or never. It really is. So either we get a massive green bar here, or I have to trim. So I'm looking for a big push here. Watch the Qs. Qs looking good. Here comes NVIDIA. Tesla slowing down a little bit.
Yeah, NVIDIA looking great. Hood
Yeah, it's just not getting the violent push.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Apparently Michael is NVIDIA. Michael P. He says I am NVIDIA. Meanwhile, Apple pushing higher, I think, in some optimism around this event coming up. So,
which starts today, by the way.
Yeah, 1 o'clock.
I think it's 1 o'clock. There you go.
Elon. We were good friends, me and Elon. Not anymore. What a loser, this guy.
That's basically.
Well, it's amazing. It's amazing how he turns like that on a dime.
Right.
Yeah. I like when he leads our country. I just can't understand his social play all the time. Just
pull back now, Tesla. It's all right. We're all like, it's all money now on Tesla. I'm not worried about it, but I will. I'll take a little bit more off if we keep pulling back here. CG now pushing.
AMD looking good. 121 on AMD. If you're in this trade with me, congrats. Triple Qs.
NVDA. It's time. Let's go, baby, go. We just tagged that 144. Shy of it by 2 cents. Obviously, we pushed above it this morning. Big breakout level at 144. Let's see if we can do it again, guys. Kick it into 5th gear. Worth noting, on Friday, we saw a big push on NVIDIA, and then literally every time it tried to push higher was sold into, every single time, and just couldn't make it back up to Friday session highs. So is there a little bit more of that today, or we see people just trying to unwind the trade? I don't know. But CEG, for those of you guys that took that trade with me on Friday, look at it go. Looking great. Up at 302 now. Options now worth $3 and up to $3.80 on the ask. We only have 2 of those left, but that's all right. We'll see how they grow. Trying to get better at the swing trading, as you guys remember. Always trying to get better in this business. Meta above 701 right now, almost 702. Actually, did we put a new, what is that? 705 today on Meta? Wow.
Okay, a little pullback on the Qs here. Trying to get to the top of the morning here with the Qs, or top of the pre-market, I should say, yeah, and just failed. So that 530, is it 530.60? I think is where we're at. Yeah, 530.60 on the Qs. I'm going to set an alarm here on that because I think that's important. 530.60 on the Qs.
CEG breaking out now. Just got above 303. We also had the UNH trade on Friday. I'm curious to see what that looks like today, but just left that one alone. Oh, it finally got the move there.
Yeah, it did. Over 305 now.
Yeah.
Okay, maybe this is our time on IONQ. Got to get over the VWAP here, then stretch out to 41.
Guys, I'm going to be forced to trim NVIDIA, y'all.
Hood on its way.
Big move now on AVGO. There's that move we talked about. Looking at 247. Let's see what it does there. This is exactly what the chart looked like on Friday for NVIDIA. Big push, a lot of exuberance, and then never quite made it to that session high on Friday. And this is starting to feel almost like a spitting image of what Friday looked like. Meanwhile, though, AVGO is pushing higher, so I'm getting a little more optimistic on NVIDIA, but it needs to just absolutely tear through 144 with some authority. Otherwise, I have to trim this position, y'all. I'm just too exposed on it. Unfortunate. Guys, Tesla.
Yep. Stretching now on Tesla. Short Apple, Michael's looking at here. Let's take a look at that together here.
I can't touch Apple until I know what's happening.
I think because of the news today, I'd probably stay away. It's up for the day. You know, they kick off at 1 o'clock. I'd probably stay flat on this stock, really. No reason.
Yeah, I mean, once 1 o'clock rolls around, I mean, again, it's a whole week.
Eastern time, yeah.
So, you know, anything could happen at any given point in time. We saw what happened at the Google conference. I think it was like day 2 or 3. They finally got a move on the stock, but unless you're tuned into Apple's call, I'd definitely be cautious there. Cue the disclaimer, of course.
Yeah, watch.
Guys, I got to trim NVIDIA. This sucks. Oh well. We'll wait here.
AMD's still looking good. Q's on the pullback right now.
Yeah, it's the only reason I'm thinking about just trimming up this NVIDIA position. I mean, it's a pretty big position, but I'm watching the Qs, and unless we push higher right now, I will be forced to trim this NVIDIA position. Meanwhile, Tesla, it's doing it. I can always add more later to NVIDIA. I'm going to let this candle finish up, and then I'm going to go put the kettle on, Scott.
Yeah.
How long you plan on being around today?
I'll be here probably till 11:15, 11:30 today.
Oh, good.
Yep.
Good,
Want to make sure we get this IONQ and Hood moved higher. Market now pulling right back to yesterday's close, to Friday's close, and we'll see what we do here. Nasdaq's up 36, Dow's down 111. Need a little bit of move to the upside here to get out of these.
Wholesale inventories data just came out. Month over month for April, 0.2% versus 0 or flat. Estimated was, or that was the estimate, and it was 0.4% prior. So, and let's see if we can actually get this lift now on NVIDIA. If we don't get over 144, literally the next 2 candles, I will trim this 100%. All right, I'll be right back.
IONQ, nice pop. Now watch the 41 on IONQ. Don't need much to make my day today, but it sure would be nice to get that IONQ now over 41. Can you hear me now, Michael? Let me know. Sound test, anybody? Just let me know. Yep, good. Thanks, Steve. Appreciate it. Cool. Thank you. All right, AMD hit our 121. I'm waiting here now on AMD. Slowly but surely, not a lot of volume in the stock. I mean, should say the volume's pulled back on the stock. Still decent volume. Hood not looking good for me. Yep, pull back on both IONQ and the hood trade, with the Qs now starting to move up. And I'm going to take off the AMD trade. I'm going to take off a partial here. I'm going to take off half of the trade right here on AMD. The other half will be that 121.50 watch, which is this high, the spike high of this candle right here. You can see that, right? 121.57. We get over 121.50. We should take that out. Should be a good trade. Is Hood starting to roll over? I don't know. See what it does at $69. Come on, IONQ. 41, that's all I need right now. 41, I could call it a day at 41 if I get it. Need Hood to turn 2. AMD looking fine. 3 trades on right now. Just trying to manage the best I can now. AMD's still looking good. Market right now, we should probably grab the market and put it up here. Maybe I'll put it where NVDA is so we can watch that to see if it does blast off. Yeah, I mean, you see that. You see the on the VWAP here, IONQ just kind of stymied by it right now. Same thing with Hood. Still, I still think 2 good trades, but just not there yet. I don't know. Does Tesla come back down? I don't know. I think the market is got it's kind of stuck right here, not breaking out. We're just kind of in this range right now. Like I said, that 530.60, 530.60 would be it. $71 on Hood, be great. Watch the Qs now. Again, 530, what did I say, 530.67? 530.75. There we go. There go the Qs. See if everything else falls in line now. I mean, IONQ, I don't, I think it sees well above 41. I do. CRWV, Mark, I will do that. Oh my goodness, wow. 6 points in 3 minutes. Or 5 minutes, yeah. 6 points in 5 minutes, wow. Super move right off the VWAP, right? My eyes would brighten up if IONQ did the same thing here, just stretching up to that 42.50. Slowly but surely. Yeah, every time it gets up there. Now the Qs have broken out, IO and Q not following. That's worrisome, right? AMD 120.50. I'll come out of the rest. 120.50. I think Tesla's got a great chance to close that gap now, especially with the Qs now on highs and breaking out. See if the Qs take out Friday's close, or I mean Friday's high, which is up here. You could see on my screen. That's the where are we at? Be good to know here. 531.80. Yeah, 531.80. Be a nice breakout. Wow, CRWV now stretching $8 off that bottom. Not off the bottom, yeah, off the VWAP line. Come on, AMD. Come on, Turnenberg. Q's in a big move now higher. I mean, AMD's slow but sure, right? NVDA is probably the one that I missed today. Got the AMD trade really nice now. That's on autopilot with half of it left. Yeah, CRCL been on a really good move today. So, yeah, I mean, I saw it this morning. What was it, 125? Where's it at? Yeah, 125 right here. Over that VWAP line, Steve. Yep. That's at 120. Just take it 128. Or if you like it right here, 125 with the low day for your stop, which will be the little bit more risk here, but 121, 4 points risk. AMD doing it now, slowly but surely. Yeah, a lot of volume came out of Hood there, sure. Come on. A little pop on Hood. Always good. IONQ turnaround. Let's go all at the same time. I don't mind it. You can do this. Come on. Both of them slow with less volume, but still cranking. NASDAQ's up 89 points. Dow's down 106 now. AMD's still looking good. Trying to push for that high of day in the breakout 121, 121.57. Come on, $71 now, HOOD. Both of them now pumping along. Hood looking great. Nice breakout on the Qs right now. NASDAQ up 88. Yep. We're there. And then some. Okay, traders, AMD finally breaking out. Still have half of the size left, not selling right now. We're at the top. No red candles to speak of. All green candles since the first couple this morning, and I'm going to let it go. Let it grow and let it go. Wow, AMD looking great now. Popping off the top, target 123 actually on AMD. If you peel this back a little bit, go to check this out, go to the 5-day here. Got the big, huge breakout here. 6 months now, we can go back and see we can come in through here. This is at 125, 124 area. I mean, I think we got 123 in the sights even right now. So we get past the 122.50 and it's a whole new ball game. Yeah, I'm telling you, IONQ gets above this VWAP here, it's a different story too. And then 41. Me too, Steve. I'm getting fed up. Market looking back, Dow coming back a little bit now. Surprised PLTR hasn't joined the program yet. Wow, Q's just broke out large now, up over 100 now on the NASDAQ. AMD following. Come on, Hood, the market's helping you out here. Let's go. Watch Hood as it goes through that 71 now. Should pop now through 71. Okay, Hood looking great. I mean, I think if it breaks 40 here, IONQ, I'll come out. I don't feel like waiting on it, you know what I mean? Nice move on Hood now. Still waiting on it. Okay, just be patient here, I guess. I'm going to wait for this market to get back in gear. IONQ holding that 40 line as well. I mean, real target on Hood would be about 72 and IONQ 42 or close to it. We got to get through the VWAP for it to make sense, though, here. Yeah, we're right there, IONQ. Market not giving me exactly what I want so far. UNH falling back. Yeah, IONQ loves the 40. Absolutely. Yeah, right. Rick and Mortis. Dow down 150, NASDAQ up 100. S&P kind of flat, about 7 points to the upside.
Scott, you there?
I am here, just patiently waiting. Yes.
You know, it's amazing. You just go make some tea, have a little phone call, catch up with a friend, come back, and Nvidia's up at 145 bucks nearly. I mean, we did
Yep.
manage to trim some, unfortunately, but you know what? I'm not complaining.
It's
And
really
then
nice.
CEG, man, CEG. Those options that I paid $1.40 for are now worth $5.60. So what does that mean? Well, I paid 140 bucks for them, and now they're worth 560 bucks. So it's a pretty good return. AMD launching, Q's launching. SPY still stuck under 600 though. What's going on there? I'm watching AVGO here at this 247 level. See what it does. One of y'all were going long there, right?
On which one?
AVGO.
Yeah, I mean, we looked at it just a little bit ago, and again, the stock is the market is up on highs, and these stocks should be following in a little bit closer direction here, right?
Yep. I really thought SPY would, take its shot up at 602 to 603 today before maybe finding some decent sellers. And then the Q's 533.17 is kind of the next level that I have marked. Rigatoni, more like Rigamore, 100%. I'm in this thing. I normally don't buy stocks this. I don't want to say cheap because it's not the right word, but let's just say stocks under $100 are challenging for me, at least, especially under $15. But I went for it. You know what? Why not? We'll give it a try. And it's not that bad, share size wise, down a little bit, but that's okay. My trade of the day, though, was Tesla. My runners are up 10 points, for crying out loud. So are you still IonQ, Scott? Or what else do you have
still
on?
an IonQ and still in the hood trade and half share size left on AMD.
Nice.
Yeah. Everything's starting to work now. Just when you were gone, we had this pullback and was starting to wonder, if I should stay in the IONQ, and I'm still in the trade. So
Yeah, like even NVIDIA, 144.94 was where I got my partial. I'm not super proud of that. I mean, the reality is, I'm making like 60, 70 cents on these trades. Like that's not a ton, but it was my bigger position today. And don't want to risk anything but green today.
always good to start the week, no matter what it is. It's going to be a good start for my week. I know that because the AMD has already helped me out, and we get this hood breakout over 71 again, and then IONQ follows, and I'm going to make my day. So
very nice.
And with a market, when I got up today, I was like, yeah, it's whatever. But now we had a little bit of direction. We're pulling back these last two candles, but for the most part, up and away on the Qs. I'm just getting this big focus now on IONQ up to 41. Be nice. Breakout now of hood. Come on. All at the same time for Big Daddy. Let's go.
Rick, for Rigatoni, I'd be happy to get break even at this point. I'm going to take one off of CEG here and leave one contract there. I may just leave the rest of these shares on Tesla for just to run. I mean, I'd hate to put a stop down at like 285, but if it's going to go, it should go today. Maybe I'll take some off, leave 50. What do you guys think? Leave the last 100 or just take some of those off?
Okay, nice blast off now on hood. Again, target's going to be close to 72, and it's going to make my day.
Yeah, Jeff, I think I will. I'm up 10 points on it. What I'd hate to do is put a 5-point stop on it, which Tesla can easily evaporate in a heartbeat, right? So, whereas if I just set it and forget it and just put a hard stop down at, maybe 287, let's just be giving back like $700 versus if I cut it in half, then just put a trail on it. So I'll see. Hey, it's having trouble with the close, so. I'm watching the SPY potentially for a short, and it should have pushed over 600 today. 601, 602. And it hasn't. So I'm wondering if it's just, playing possum for a little bit here. No one's talking about IWM. Let's look at that for a second. IWM kind of bringing everything full circle, I'd say. I have an alert up at 217 to short it up there. But man, what a push it's had. As you guys know, I'm not a huge fan of IWM or the small cap sector. But if lending policies ease, keep an eye on names like KRE, right? Which is like the regional banks getting a strong push. I think people are getting a little bit optimistic around that kind of space. And I think for the IWM, I think the weighting of it is maybe north of 10%. I don't know. I want to say north of 10%, under 15%, something like that. So you guys check that out for regional banks in the IWM. But obviously, we're seeing the breadth of markets push higher, which to me says, well, when's the selling going to start? And for Scott, I know you arguably you're more bullish than bearish, 9 out of 10, right?
Yep.
And what a market for the bulls right now. It is just absolute foot on the gas the whole time.
Traders target on IONQ is 41. We're about 39 cents away or so. 71 on Hood. 72 on Hood.
Yeah, Jeff, appreciate the insight there. I'm going to probably just take 50 and just leave the 50. Same concept though, and then put a trail on it. As you guys know, I'm trying to get better at some of these the swing trades and just holding positions longer, like a CEG, right? Because technically, I mean, I know we bought options on this, but guys, effectively, we are up $20, 20 points on that trade from Friday. They're now worth, I just sold one. But you figure I bought them $1.47 is my dollar cost average. And I just sold it for $5.64. I mean, that's not too shabby.
No, it's good work.
Rick. Rigor mortis or Ricka mortis? Which one is it? It sounds like you may have jumped in there too, huh? Yeah, I really thought it'd be a good sympathy play for IonQ. One thing's for sure, buy the dip, sell the rip has been a working mentality for these markets. I'd say, at least the last 90 days? No, less than that. 45 days? Every dip's been bought. Every rip's been sold into. So who's Jeff? You gonna short Apple at some point this week, you think?
See what they announced today.
I mean, I think there'll be optimism just because it's representative of bulls, right? I mean, Qs could push higher. I just don't know if it'll hold it. There's a lot of big money up at 212 on Apple, and it's sitting at 205. So that tells me there's a 3% move in there somewhere. GME, for those of you guys that like the meme stocks, they report, I think, tomorrow, if I'm not mistaken. Jeff, you're waiting on me to short, right? Steve got what he needed from IonQ finally. Cool. Right on. What's Meta doing? 701. So NVIDIA is trying to stair step higher. Meanwhile, AVGO, that 247 level, I should have been shorting it there, to be honest. But you guys know I'm a big fan of AVGO, but the earnings were not the greatest. I mean, they were good. We did get some idea of who owns what in the chip sector right now, though. And no surprise, NVIDIA's market share increased to north of 92%. It's a big percentage. Man, this Rigetti trade is gross. News on Boeing here. There, I'm going to get rid of CEG because we've already done that. Oh, hello, Boeing. Pop up to 216.
Take a look at Boeing. Nice. Could take the 216 breakout here.
And what else do we have today? Consumer inflation expectations in 5 minutes. Then we have the 6 and 3 month bill auction at 11:30. I mentioned it to you guys a few times about my growing concerns in the bond market. Again, it's not financial advice. Cue the disclaimer. But anybody notice how now magically people are starting to talk more about bonds? So can be interesting of what's to come. Well, still have a tiny bit of NVIDIA left, but I'm going to trim up and then leave the rest. Because I just don't, if anything, I might be interested in like shorting this market right now. As long as we're holding over 530.77 on the Qs, feeling okay about it. But we start to give up these levels, I may be interested in getting a couple put options here on the SPY. Again, love to start shorting up at like 602, 603 if we saw resistance overhead, but this feels like a trap a little bit. Scott, we got a question for Jeff.
Yeah, I mean, yeah. So, you know, what I'm thinking on AMD, you can take that for sure on the long side here. I've been long the stock and just sold out some as it came through the 121.50. But I think if it gets under 120.50, you can take it through 120.50. Certainly right here at the VWAP line, and then check out the 121. So that's kind of where it's at here. You can see it here on the here's the daily right here. So yeah, I mean 121. You take care of this candle. I think this one was higher. Yeah, 122.52. I mean, I like the stock. It's definitely in play today for sure. Always got to take profits as things are going up. Sell into the strength of the trade, strength of the move. And when you don't have anything to do this afternoon, you can just count your money. And we talk about it all the time. You know, the key to day trading, the key to trading is to survive, right? And the way you survive is to take profits. So nobody's going to really beat you up because I don't see your P&L and I don't know exactly, you know, what you're doing. But I will tell you this, that each time you're banking money, like DVG says, you know, you're selling into the strength, you're paying yourself first, you know, you're not going to go out of business. You're not going to fail as a trader. You know, then it's like, and you've heard DVG. What is DVG trying to do? He's trying to play out those trades a little longer, whether it's a swing trade or just being more patient. So even as a professional trader, you're learning each and every day. You're trying to squeeze out of the orange as much juice as you possibly can. So, you know, it's an art of being patient. It's being in the right stock. It's saying to yourself, hey, you know, one way that I compartmentalize that is, remember this: if you go to work every day, right, the traditional 9 to 5, or you have to go into work, God forbid, at a desk with a door, and you go in there and you sit all day, right, and you bang things out, you know, if you're sitting in front of your computer and the stock is going in your direction and you're making money, then hang out, man. Listen to some music, watch some YouTube, do whatever you need to do, and get on a phone call like DVG and make money while you're on the phone call. But just watch your trades and stick with the trade and know where to come out of it if you have a catastrophe. But stay in there, because when you stay in there, you've got more of an opportunity to grow the trade and grow the profitability. And I think once you become a good trader, better trader, you're going to look for ways, like we always do, myself, DVG, Amir, and the rest, Aggie, trying to look for ways to extend the move. And whether it's a partial trade or whether it's a full share size still on, to maximize the trade. And that's what we got to get to, right?
Amen to that. Yeah, I mean, I'm trying to get better at it too. I'm usually pretty good at entries, and I'm not as great on the exits. And I say not as great. I mean, look, taking 10 points on a trade, I'd say that's a pretty good trade. Now, granted, there's other folks that would just set it, forget it, and wait till 320 maybe on a Tesla trade. I don't mind getting back in. Like, that's just, again, style preference, what have you. But I totally agree with these guys. I mean, I think, I've tried to switch up my style, we'll say, and it's not always easy to do that just because programmatically, like, I know how I like to trade and where I'm kind of good at trading. And now I'm just trying to like mix it up a little bit, right? Where it's like, hey, look, I know I'm good at getting in, taking a scalp, partials, whatever. And that's worked for me. For some people, maybe it doesn't work, but it's worked for me. And then now what I'm trying to do is, again, the use of options is this year, it's a new thing for me. And it's allowing me to hold on to positions like a CEG for a little bit longer, right? When my entry's $1.40, it gets as low as maybe I think it got like $1.05 when it flashed a bid at one point, but it kind of held $1.20 for most of the day. So it was down a few $100, which is fine. And then as soon as it turned around, it didn't take long before that trade started printing. And again, kind of gives you that ability to be patient when you're using options. Obviously, like many of you know, anytime I put on a trade, I immediately or almost immediately have a stop in place. And that's helped me a great deal. So obviously cue the disclaimer, it's not financial advice, do whatever you want, but it is an important factor, right? If you're taking a trade, know what you're willing to risk. Like on Tesla, we got in today, 284, right? And my risk was the session lows. So let's just call it 281.50. And knowing that, you've got to be willing to put up that level of risk. Let's just call it 2.5, 3 points for 10 points in return. That's a good deal. It's a good trade. And I find a lot of times, I spend some time right now, do some coaching, mentorship with a few traders. And, if you have too tight of a stop, maybe your size is too big. If you have too big of a stop, then maybe you need to increase size or be patient on your entry. And so the better you can get at those things, you're just kind of refining and honing in that skill of like better entry, better exit. But, I've had people ask like, hey, you were in that trade on Tesla and it going up to 340. Aren't you kicking yourself for not hanging on for another 40 point? No, because if I was really that serious about it, I could have got in any other time to get in the trade, So by the way, shout out to Jeff. We still have the 100 on. So I'm going to pull 50 off here at some point, but it's looking good. So if I continue to see green, I'll let it keep growing. But yeah. It's a good way to start the week though, Scott. Not gonna lie.
Oh man, I'm telling you what, I am too. Very blessed today to be able to get in this position today and to start off the week on a winning note. I mean, anytime you can, trading is a lot like sports. I mean, it's momentum filled. And you get the momentum on your side, and you start to, if any of you guys and ladies go to Vegas and you get to win and you get the house's money, if you play smart, some people will get, totally hammered and then bet like a drunken sailor. But if you if you take the house's money and you're careful with it, then it's like, man, I have that good juju in my mind. I have that good momentum, and I'm going to capitalize on it. And it's just like in trading. We're going to start this week off with a nice green day today. Hopefully it's greener with a couple of these trades still on, IONQ and BN-HOOD. But and again, AMD right at that VWAP line. Let's put AMD back up where BA is here. So again, it's good to start off like this. Great. Any winning day is a great day in Wall Street, right?
Yeah, the only loser I had today, and I'm still holding on to it, ironically, but it's Rigatoni, Brigetti. But everything else looking pretty good. And I'll be patient because I think, again, SPY and accuse in my mind should push. Like I should see the SPY up around 602, 603. 607 would be an unbelievable move. But I'm going to keep an eye on that 602, 603 level. I've got alerts up there. And if we start seeing some rejection in that area, I might be open to shorting the SPY and like just building a position. So again, it's not like going, heavy maximum leverage, right? It's just get in, start a position, build it, and see if it plays out. And if you, again, keep your stops tight, etc. You're taking X percentage of a risk for an opportunity to make twice the yield. So speaking of, I'm going to take 50 off of Tesla here and then put a trail on it. I'll put a 10-point trail on the last 50 shares. Shout out to you, Jeff. Thanks for that. Scott, I think that's going to do it for me, man.
Yeah, I think I'm going to be done here too. The big thing to me today is, where do we finish the day and where do we set up for the rest of the week? I think there's going to be some influence on Apple today. You've got, you have any earnings? Yeah, you got some earnings this week, sure. UNH has got a dividend coming up on the 16th. That's what is that, over the weekend? No, can it be? I was just alerted of that because I hold that stock long. It's next Monday.
Nice.
Yeah, so that's coming up on a dividend date. So that stock will be in play this week, UNH, not afraid of that. And we'll see what happens here. I suspect that we tread water for the rest of the day. Maybe we'll put up Apple here for those of you that are going to be in the room. Let's go with Apple here, and we'll watch. I'll put AMD over here. I'll put Apple right here. That way we'll be able to see if there is anything around that 1 o'clock area. If they now, I follow Apple pretty good. I'm a YouTube guy and I follow all the people that review them and stuff. So I don't know if there's going to be enough in this to really kill it and move the stock, but we'll see. So that's going to do it for me. We're going to sign off here right at about 9 minutes after 11 o'clock. Want everybody to have a great
day, man.
Yeah, great
Not a
day
bad
today.
day.
Look at Michael P. 7 green days in a row. Finally learning to get out before I lose my gains. Check back at the end of the day. Aloha. I love it, brother.
Right
I love
on,
it.
man.
I love it. All right, here's to another green day. Let's start. We started off the week green. DVG and myself. Hopefully Aggies had a great time with all the YouTube traders today. And I look forward to seeing everybody tomorrow. God bless you all. Godspeed. Enjoy your family and your friends today. Monday, give thanks, and we will see you all back tomorrow morning. Thank you, Clifton. Enjoy. Thanks, DVG. Great trading today, partner. And we'll see you
tomorrow
back
morning at the open. Cheers, y'all. God bless.
Bye-bye.